Welcome in, fellow summoners. Tonight, under the watchful eyes of the Rift, we shall dive into the legendary tales of Runeterra to guide you gently into the realm of dreams. Before we disappear behind the veil of dreams, take a moment to cast your support spell, tap the like button, and join our magical community by subscribing. Also, I'm curious what time it is in your corner of Runeterra, whether you're watching from the war halls of Noxus, the forests of Ionia, or the depths of the Shadow Isles. Share your location in the comments below. Your participation will be greatly appreciated and helps our magical community grow stronger. Now, the time for incantations has passed. Dim your lights, find your most comfortable position, and prepare to be transported to the world of champions and chaos as we dive into tonight's legendary tales. Chapter 1. The Butcher's Docks. In the salt-stained streets of Bilgewater, where the scent of brine mingles with blood, and the cries of gulls echo the wails of the desperate, there lived a man whose hands knew the weight of honest work. Tonight, as shadows gather like old secrets in the corners of our minds, let us explore the story of Pyke, the Bloodharbor Ripper, beginning in those humble days when he was simply a butcher with calloused palms and dreams of the endless sea. Picture yourself, Wall, king through the narrow, cobblestone alleys of Bilgewater's infamous slaughter docks, where the morning mist carries the metallic tang of fresh blood, and the rhythmic thud of cleavers against cutting blocks creates a percussion that has echoed through these streets for generations. Here, in this maze of wooden stalls and hanging carcasses, Pyke learned his first lessons about life and death, about the delicate line that separates the quick from the still, the breathing from the bled. The slaughter docks of Bilgewater were no place for the squeamish or the weak-hearted. Massive sea creatures, hauled from the depths by brave or foolish crews, would arrive each dawn on blood-slicked wagons, their eyes still holding the memory of crushing depths and endless darkness. Pyke's hands, strong and sure from years of practice, would guide his blade with surgical precision, separating meat from bone, useful from waste, value from refuse. In these early days, death was simply a trade, a necessary transformation that fed the hungry masses of the port city. But even as Pyke worked among the carcasses of sea beasts, his eyes would drift toward the harbor, where tall ships with weathered sails bobbed like sleeping giants on the wine-dark waters. The call of the ocean sang to him with a voice older than the stones beneath his feet, promising adventure beyond the confines of his blood-stained workspace. He would watch the crews returning from their voyages, their faces burned by salt and sun, their eyes bright with tales of distant shores and creatures that dwelt in the spaces between waves and dreams. The transition from butcher to sailor was as natural as the tide's rhythm. Pyke's knowledge of anatomy, learned through countless hours with blade and bone, made him invaluable aboard the fishing vessels that ventured into treacherous waters, seeking the massive creatures that lurked in Bilgewater's surrounding seas. His steady hands could process a catch with remarkable efficiency, turning a successful hunt into profitable meat and valuable materials with skills honed through years of practice. Those early voyages revealed to Pyke a world beyond imagination, where the boundary between reality and legend blurred like morning mist. He learned to read the subtle signs that marked safe waters from dangerous ones, to recognize the telltale disturbances that signaled the presence of creatures best left undisturbed. The sea, he discovered, was not merely water and salt, but a living entity with moods and mysteries that demanded both respect and courage from those who dared to harvest its bounty. The crews Pyke sailed with became his chosen family, bound together by shared danger and mutual dependence in ways that landlubbers could never fully understand. These were men and women who trusted their lives to each other's skills and judgment, who shared their rations during lean times and their victories during abundant ones. In the cramped quarters below deck, stories were currency, and Pyke learned to weave tales of his butcher days into the larger mythology of Bilgewater's endless hunger for both sustenance and adventure. But it was in the pursuit of the truly massive sea creatures that Pyke found his calling. The great beasts that dwelt in the deepest trenches around Bilgewater were prizes beyond measure, their meat enough to feed hundreds, their hide and bone valuable enough to fund entire expeditions. These hunts required not just courage, but a deep understanding of the creature's behavior, their weaknesses, and the precise moments when a well-placed blade could bring down something the size of a building. Pyke's reputation grew with each successful hunt. Captains began to seek him out specifically, knowing that his presence aboard their vessels dramatically increased their chances of returning with holds full of valuable cargo rather than empty nets and disappointed investors. His ability to remain calm under pressure, to think clearly when massive tentacles thrashed around the ship and enormous teeth snapped mere feet from the deck, marked him as exceptional even among Bilgewater's legendary seamen. The transformation from simple butcher to master hunter was gradual but profound. Where once Pyke had worked with creatures already dead, now he faced them in their element, alive and dangerous, requiring split-second decisions that could mean the difference between a successful hunt and a watery grave. The skills translated surprisingly well, his intimate knowledge of anatomy allowing him to identify the precise spots where a harpoon or blade would prove most effective against even the most massive adversaries. As his expertise grew, so did his understanding of the delicate ecosystem that existed beneath Bilgewater's waves. He learned to recognize which creatures were merely animals, driven by hunger and instinct, and which possessed an intelligence that bordered on the supernatural. Some of the deepest dwellers, he came to realize, were ancient beyond human comprehension, their eyes holding wisdom and malice in equal measure, their movements suggesting purposes that extended far beyond simple survival. The camaraderie among the crews who hunted these deep-sea leviathans was unlike anything Pyke had experienced in his terrestrial life. Men and women who faced death together on a regular basis developed bonds that transcended mere friendship, becoming something closer to family, united by shared purpose and mutual dependence. Trust was not just important aboard these vessels, it was absolutely essential, the foundation upon which every successful hunt was built. Yet even in those halcyon days, when Pyke's reputation was growing and his skills were in constant demand, there were signs of the darkness that would eventually consume everything he held dear. The competition among crews was fierce, driven not just by the promise of profit, but by the respect and fear that came with successfully hunting the most dangerous creatures in the known world. Some captains would go to extraordinary lengths to ensure their expeditions succeeded, even if it meant betraying the unwritten codes that governed life on the dangerous seas. Pyke's keen eye for detail, sharpened by years of careful butchery, began to notice subtle changes in the behavior of some of his fellow sailors. The way certain crew members would exchange glances during planning sessions, the whispered conversations that would cease when he approached, the gradual shift from camaraderie to something that felt more like careful calculation. But trust, once given freely among those who faced death together, was not easily withdrawn, even when instinct suggested caution. As we draw this first chapter of Pyke's tale to a close, we see a man at the height of his powers, respected among his peers, master of skills that few could match, yet standing unknowingly at the precipice of a betrayal that would transform him from hunter into something far more terrible and magnificent. His hands, which had learned their deadly precision among the carcasses of the slaughter docks, would soon wield weapons forged in the crushing depths of the ocean itself. Guided by purposes that transcended mere survival or profit, the rhythm of honest work, the satisfaction of skills well applied, the warmth of fellowship among those who faced danger together, these simple pleasures would soon be stripped away, leaving only the cold fury of betrayal and the inexorable pull of vengeance. But in these peaceful moments before the storm, we can appreciate the man Pyke was before he became the legend that now stalks Bilgewater's mist-shrouded streets. In the end, every legend begins with humble origins, every monster was once merely mortal, and every tale of vengeance starts with someone who believed in the basic goodness of those around them. Pyke's story reminds us that our greatest strengths can become our most terrible weapons when trust is broken and innocence is lost to the crushing weight of betrayal. As you drift toward sleep tonight, perhaps you might consider how the skills we develop in service of life can be transformed by circumstance into tools of death, and whether the difference between hero and monster lies not in our abilities, but in the choices others force upon us through their own moral failures. Chapter 2. The crew's Brotherhood. Beneath the star-scattered dome of the night sky, where ancient constellations tell stories of sailors who never returned home, bonds were forged that seemed unbreakable, as the iron chains that anchor ships to harbor. Tonight, as we continue our journey through Pyke's tale, let us explore the sacred fellowship that existed among those who ventured into the perilous waters beyond Bilgewater's protective embrace, and discover how trust became both blessing and curse in the heart of a man who believed brotherhood was eternal. Imagine yourself aboard the creaking deck of a hunting vessel, where the salt spray mingles with the sweat of honest labor, and every soul aboard knows that their survival depends not on their individual strength, but on the unwavering reliability of those who stand beside them. Here, in this floating microcosm of mutual dependence, Pyke discovered a form of kinship that transcended the casual relationships of shore-bound life, something deeper and more meaningful than the simple exchange of coin for service that governed most human interactions. The first crew to truly welcome Pyke into their ranks was captained by a weathered woman named Narration, whose silver hair had been bleached white by decades of sun and salt, and whose eyes held the depth of someone who had seen both the ocean's terrible beauty and its casual cruelty. She recognized something in Pyke's steady demeanor and precise movements that marked him as more than just another hired hand seeking passage to adventure and profit. Under Narration's guidance, Pyke learned that successful deep-sea hunting required more than individual skill or courage. Each member of the crew filled a specific role, their abilities meshing together like the intricate gears of a master clockmaker's most precious creation. The harpooners needed steady nerves and perfect timing. The net handlers required coordination that bordered on telepathic, and the lookouts demanded eyes that could distinguish between harmless waves and the subtle disturbances that marked the approach of something massive and deadly. The bonds between crew members developed through shared hardship and mutual salvation. When massive tentacles erupted from the depths, threatening to drag the entire vessel into crushing darkness, it was the swift action of trusted companions that meant the difference between successful hunt and watery grave. Pyke learned to read the subtle signals of his shipmates, understanding when Jarek's particular whistle meant danger approaching from starboard, or when Lisa's hand gesture indicated the need for absolute silence. These relationships extended far beyond the professional requirements of their dangerous trade. In the long hours between hunts, when the vessel rode at anchor in some protected cove, stories became the currency of friendship. Pyke shared tales of his butcher days, describing the strange creatures that sometimes arrived in the slaughter docks, their anatomy suggesting origins in waters deeper and stranger than any charted on navigational maps. His companions in turn revealed their own histories, their dreams, their fears of the crushing depths that called to them with siren voices. The crew developed their own language of glances and gestures, a silent communication system born from the necessity of coordinating complex maneuvers, while maintaining the absolute quiet that successful hunting sometimes required. A raised eyebrow could convey the need for caution. A slight nod might signal readiness to strike, and a particular way of holding one's shoulders could indicate the presence of something moving in the deep waters that demanded immediate attention and preparation. Meals aboard the hunting vessels were sacred rituals of sharing and equality, regardless of individual skill or reputation. Every crew member received identical portions from the common pot, and decisions about rationing during lean times were made collectively rather than imposed by arbitrary hierarchy. Pyke found himself deeply moved by this democratic approach to survival, where each person's voice carried equal weight in discussions that might determine whether they lived or died in the coming days. The trust required for these expeditions went beyond mere professional competence. When lowering nets into waters where creatures the size of buildings might be lurking, each crew member literally held the lives of their companions in their hands. A moment's inattention, a failure to maintain proper tension on the lines, or a mistimed release could result in disaster that would claim not just individual lives but potentially doom the entire expedition. Pyke's role within these crews evolved naturally from his background in anatomy and his growing understanding of the creatures they hunted. He became the one who could read the signs that indicated when a wounded beast was preparing for a final, desperate assault, or when apparent death was merely a ruse designed to lure in cautious hunters within range of powerful jaws or crushing appendages. His ability to remain calm during the most chaotic moments made him invaluable during the critical seconds when life and death balanced on the edge of a blade. The celebration rituals that followed successful hunts were as important as the hunts themselves. Crews would gather in private spaces, away from the crowds and chaos of Bilgewater's public houses, sharing not just the profits of their labor, but the deeper satisfaction that came from facing death together and emerging victorious. These intimate gatherings strengthened bonds that already ran deeper than blood, creating a sense of chosen family that transcended the biological accidents of birth. But perhaps most importantly, Pyke learned the unwritten codes that governed behavior among those who made their living from the sea's bounty. Chief among these was the absolute prohibition against abandoning a crew member in danger, no matter how valuable a catch might be. No matter how pressing the need to escape pursuing predators, no one was ever left behind, if there remained even the slightest hope of rescue or recovery. The seasons passed in this rhythm of hunt and celebration, danger and reward, with Pyke's reputation growing among the tight-knit community of deep-sea hunters. His name became synonymous with successful expeditions, and captains would compete for his services, offering increasingly generous terms to secure his expertise for their ventures into the most treacherous waters around Bilgewater. During the quiet watches of the night, when only the steady creak of rigging and the gentle lap of waves against the hull broke the silence, Pyke would often find himself in deep conversation with his shipmates about the nature of the creatures they hunted. Some crew members believed that the deepest dwellers possessed intelligence that rivaled or exceeded human understanding, while others maintained that they were simply animals, albeit ones of extraordinary size and cunning. These philosophical discussions revealed the complex relationship between hunters and hunted that defined their dangerous profession. There was respect, even reverence, for the creatures they sought, an acknowledgement that they were taking the lives of beings that had survived in the crushing depths for periods that might span centuries or millennia. This respect manifested in rituals of thanks and careful use of every part of each successful catch, ensuring that nothing was wasted from creatures that had given their lives to sustain human communities. The bonds of brotherhood extended to protection of each other's interests, even when not actively hunting together. If one crew member fell ill or suffered injury that prevented them from working, others would contribute to ensure their family's needs were met during recovery. This network of mutual support created a safety net that allowed individuals to take the risks necessary for successful deep-sea hunting, without fear that temporary misfortune would result in permanent destitution. Pyke's integration into this community of brotherhood was complete and genuine. He had found his true calling among these brave souls who challenged the sea's most dangerous inhabitants, and they had embraced him as one of their own. The simple butcher from the slaughter docks had become an integral part of something larger and more meaningful than individual ambition or profit. Yet even in these golden days of fellowship and mutual trust, subtle changes were beginning to manifest in the competitive world of deep-sea hunting. The most valuable catches were becoming harder to find, requiring expeditions into increasingly dangerous waters where even experienced crews faced unprecedented risks. The pressure to succeed was mounting, and some captains began to make decisions that prioritized immediate profit over the long-term welfare of their crews. As we conclude this exploration of the brotherhood that shaped Pyke's understanding of loyalty and trust, we see a man who had found his place in the world, surrounded by companions who shared his passion for the dangerous beauty of life on the edge of survival. The bonds forged in salt spray and shared danger seemed eternal, as permanent as the stars that guided their vessels through treacherous waters. But trust, once given freely, can become a weapon in the hands of those who value gold more than honor. and the very depth of Pyke's faith in his chosen family would soon become the source of his greatest vulnerability. The man who believed absolutely in the sacred nature of crew loyalty was about to discover that some souls are willing to break even the most sacred bonds when sufficient temptation presents itself. Perhaps tonight, as you consider the nature of the relationships that sustain us through life's storms, you might reflect on this question: what makes some bonds unbreakable while others shatter at the first test of true adversity? Chapter 3. The Betrayal. In the darkest corners of the human heart, where greed eclipses honor and self-preservation devours loyalty, some choices are made that rewrite the very fabric of reality itself. Tonight, as storm clouds gather in the depths of memory, we must witness the moment when everything Pyke believed about trust and brotherhood shattered like glass against stone, transforming a man of the sea into something far more terrible and magnificent than mere mortality could contain. Pyke, you're yourself standing on the deck of a hunting vessel as dawn breaks over waters that seem to hold secrets in their wine-dark depths, where the morning mist carries whispers of fortunes waiting to be claimed by those brave enough to venture into the spaces between legend and nightmare. The crew around you moves with practiced efficiency, their faces marked by determination, and something else, something harder to define but impossible to ignore. Once you learn to recognize the weight of predetermined betrayal, the expedition that would forever change Pyke's fate began like so many others, with careful preparation and the methodical checking of equipment that meant the difference between successful hunt and watery grave. Captain Gangplank, whose reputation for daring bordered on recklessness, had assembled what appeared to be one of the finest crews ever to venture into the treacherous waters beyond Bilgewater's protective embrace. Each member had been selected for specific skills, their abilities complementing each other in ways that suggested the possibility of unprecedented success. The target of this particular hunt was a creature of legend, a massive entity that dwelt in the deepest trenches and had been glimpsed only in fragmentary tales, told by survivors of encounters that had claimed entire crews. The potential value of such a catch was beyond calculation, enough to fund comfortable retirements for everyone involved, enough to purchase respect and influence in Bilgewater's complex social hierarchy, enough to tempt even the most honor-bound sailors into considering choices they would never make under ordinary circumstances. Pyke's role in the expedition was crucial, his expertise in anatomy and behavior making him the key to identifying the creature's vulnerabilities and coordinating the precise strikes that would be necessary to bring down something of such enormous size and power. His presence aboard the vessel was seen as essential to success, his reputation for calm competence under pressure making him invaluable during the chaos that would inevitably accompany any encounter with a creature of such legendary proportions. The journey to the hunting grounds took several days, during which the crew maintained the easy camaraderie that Pyke had come to associate with successful expeditions. Stories were shared during the long watches, equipment was maintained with meticulous care, and the complex strategies necessary for hunting such dangerous prey were rehearsed until every movement became instinctive. Nothing in the behavior of his shipmates suggested the conspiracy that was already taking shape in the shadows of their shared purpose. But beneath the surface of normal preparation, subtle changes were occurring that Pyke's trusting nature prevented him from recognizing until far too late. Conversations would cease when he approached certain groups, glances would be exchanged when they thought he wasn't watching, and decisions about tactics were being made in private discussions from which he was carefully excluded. The bonds of brotherhood that had sustained him through countless dangerous expeditions were quietly being severed by those he trusted most completely. The creature, when they finally encountered it, exceeded even the most extravagant legends, rising from depths that seemed to connect directly to the ocean's primordial heart. It possessed a terrible beauty that spoke of ages beyond human comprehension, its movements suggesting intelligence that might predate the first stirrings of human civilization. Its size defied easy description, each tentacle thick as an ancient tree, its eyes holding depths that reflected starlight from waters where no stars had ever shone. The initial phase of the hunt proceeded according to plan, with Pyke's expertise proving invaluable in identifying the precise moments when coordinated strikes might prove effective against such a massive adversary. His calm voice cut through the chaos of battle, directing harpoon strikes and net deployments with surgical precision, his understanding of anatomy allowing him to anticipate the creature's responses and guide his shipmates' efforts with remarkable effectiveness. But as the battle reached its climax, as the great beast began to weaken under the sustained assault, something fundamental shifted in the dynamics aboard the hunting vessel. The crew members who had followed Pyke's directions with such apparent loyalty suddenly began to act according to a different plan, one that had been carefully rehearsed during those private conversations from which he had been excluded. The realization of betrayal came not as a sudden shock, but as a creeping horror that began at the edges of understanding and gradually consumed everything he thought he knew about the people he had trusted with his life. The crew's movements, which should have been coordinated to secure the wounded creature and ensure everyone's safety, instead began to position them for something entirely different, something that would require Pyke's removal from the equation of shared profit and glory. The moment of ultimate betrayal was almost casual in its execution, a simple matter of cutting the safety lines that connected Pyke to the vessel, while he was focused on delivering the killing blow to their massive prey. One moment he was standing on solid deck, directing the final phase of a successful hunt, and the next he was falling toward waters that churned with the death throes of a creature that had survived in the crushing depths for centuries beyond counting. The shock of hitting the water was nothing compared to the devastating realization that his trusted companions were already pulling away, their faces showing not regret or anguish, but cold calculation, as they abandoned him to a fate they had planned with meticulous care. The voices calling his name held no genuine distress, only the hollow performance necessary to maintain the fiction that his fall had been accidental rather than deliberate. In those final moments before the creature's massive form began its descent toward the crushing depths, Pyke experienced a transformation that went beyond mere physical circumstance. The trust that had been the foundation of his identity, the belief in the sacred nature of crew loyalty that had sustained him through countless dangerous expeditions, crumbled like ancient stone exposed to sudden pressure, leaving behind something harder and infinitely more dangerous. The dying creature's tentacles, thrashing in the final spasms of life, created a whirlpool that drew everything nearby into its spiraling embrace. Pyke found himself pulled inexorably downward, his struggles becoming weaker as the weight of water above him increased beyond anything the human form was designed to endure. The surface, with its dancing lights and promise of air, receded until it became nothing more than a distant memory of warmth and breath. But even as his physical form began to fail under the crushing pressure of the depths, something else was beginning to take shape in the spaces between water and darkness. The betrayal he had suffered was too profound, too complete, too violative of everything sacred about trust and loyalty to simply end with death. The very ocean itself seemed to recognize the magnitude of the injustice, responding to his anguish with forces older and more powerful than human understanding. The creature whose death had been the catalyst for his betrayal was itself no ordinary beast, but something connected to entities that dwelt in spaces between the physical and spiritual realms. Its dying energies, released in the same waters where Pyke's trust was drowning along with his mortal form, began to interact with his rage and despair in ways that defied natural law, creating possibilities that transcended the normal boundaries between life and death. As consciousness faded, and the crushing weight of the depths claimed what remained of his physical existence, Pyke's last coherent thought was not of revenge or hatred, but of profound sadness for the broken promises and shattered bonds that had defined his final moments as a mortal man. The brotherhood he had cherished above all else had proven to be nothing more than elaborate fiction, maintained only as long as it served the selfish interests of those who called themselves his friends. The transformation that would follow his drowning was not born from anger alone, but from the deeper violation of trust that cuts more deeply than any blade, the betrayal of sacred bonds that leaves wounds in the soul that can never fully heal. What emerged from those crushing depths would be shaped not just by the desire for vengeance, but by the need to ensure that such betrayals never went unpunished, that those who broke the sacred codes of loyalty would face consequences that extended far beyond mere mortal justice. As we witness this pivotal moment in Pyke's story, we see how trust, once broken, can become something far more dangerous than hatred. How betrayal can transform love into something that transcends the normal boundaries of human emotion and becomes a force of nature itself. Perhaps, as you drift towards sleep tonight, you might consider how the deepest wounds are often inflicted, not by enemies, but by those we trust most completely, and whether some betrayals are so profound that they require answers that extend beyond the realm of ordinary justice. Chapter 4. Descent into the Abyss. In the crushing silence where sunlight has never touched, and pressure becomes a living thing that reshapes reality itself, the boundary between death and transformation dissolves like salt in endless water. Tonight, as we follow Pyke's journey into realms where mortal understanding fails and ancient powers stir in the deepest trenches, let us witness how the abyss claims those who fall into its embrace, remaking them according to laws older than the continents themselves. Imagine yourself sinking through layers of water that grow progressively darker and more alien, where each fathom carries you further from the world of air and light into spaces that exist according to different principles entirely. Here, in the crushing depths where the ocean's true nature reveals itself, Pyke's mortal form began its final transformation, guided by forces that had been waiting in the darkness since the first waters covered the earth. The descent was not the swift plunge into oblivion that his betrayers had intended, but rather a gradual journey through increasingly strange realms of existence. As Pyke's body sank deeper, the familiar blue of surface waters gave way to darker hues that seemed to absorb light itself, creating an environment where sight became less important than other, more primitive senses that stirred to life as his human perceptions began to fail. The pressure at these depths was beyond anything the human form was designed to endure, yet rather than crushing Pyke's body into non-existence, it seemed to be reshaping him according to patterns that existed in the spaces between physical law and supernatural possibility. His bones, which should have been pulverized, instead began to take on properties more suited to this alien environment, becoming denser and more resilient while maintaining their essential structure. As consciousness faded and returned in strange cycles that bore no relation to normal patterns of sleep and waking, Pyke became aware of presences moving in the darkness around him, entities whose forms defied easy description, but whose intentions seemed focused on his continuing existence, rather than his destruction. These beings, if beings they were, appeared to recognize something in his circumstances that resonated with their own ancient understanding of betrayal and transformation. The ocean at these depths was not merely water, but something closer to liquid possibility, infused with energies that had been accumulating since the first betrayals were committed in the world above. Every act of treachery, every broken promise, every violation of trust had contributed something to this primordial reservoir of justice denied, creating a medium that responded to Pyke's anguish with recognition and purpose. The dying creature whose death had catalyzed his betrayal continued to descend alongside him, its massive form serving as both companion and guide through the increasingly surreal landscape of the deep ocean. As its life force ebbed away, the energies that had sustained its ancient existence began to mingle with Pyke's own fading vitality, creating connections that transcended the normal boundaries between predator and prey, hunter and hunted. In these strange waters where time moved according to different rhythms, Pyke experienced visions that revealed the true nature of the depths he was entering. He saw the remnants of countless civilizations that had fallen into these trenches over the millennia, their cities and peoples transformed into something that existed between memory and reality, sustained by the same forces that were now working their influence upon his own rapidly changing form. The process of transformation was not painful in any conventional sense, but rather felt like a gradual awakening to possibilities that had always existed within him, but had been suppressed by the limitations of mortal flesh and conventional understanding. His lungs, which should have filled with water and ceased functioning, instead began to process the liquid medium around him with increasing efficiency, extracting not just oxygen but sustenance from the energy-rich environment of the abyss. As his human senses faded, others began to emerge that were far better suited to existence in this realm of eternal darkness. He could perceive the electrical fields generated by living creatures, sense the subtle vibrations that marked the passage of entities through the water, and detect the emotional resonances that clung to objects and locations like invisible signatures of their history. The ancient powers that dwelt in these depths were not malevolent in any human sense, but rather represented forces of balance and correction that operated according to principles that predated moral philosophy. They recognized in Pyke's circumstances a violation of natural order that required redress, a betrayal so profound that it had created an imbalance that could only be corrected through supernatural intervention. The transformation accelerated as Pyke descended into the deepest trenches, where the pressure was so intense that reality itself began to behave according to different rules. His body, no longer entirely physical, began to incorporate elements of the environment around him, becoming something that could exist comfortably in both the crushing depths and the lighter waters above. Though he would never again be entirely at home in either realm, the voices that spoke to him in these depths used no words that human language could encompass, yet their meaning was crystal clear in ways that bypassed rational understanding and spoke directly to the parts of consciousness that existed before and beyond mortal reasoning. They showed him visions of his betrayers continuing their lives above, celebrating their successful theft of his rightful share, while believing themselves safe from any consequences for their treachery. But the powers of the abyss operated according to different concepts of time and justice than those that governed surface dwellers. What seemed like escape to his former crewmates was merely a temporary reprieve, a brief interval before the balance would be restored through methods that would serve as both punishment and warning to others who might contemplate similar betrayals. As Pyke's transformation neared completion, he began to understand that his return to the surface world would not be as the man he had been, but as something new and terrible, shaped by the crushing depths and empowered by forces that existed in the spaces between vengeance and justice. His purpose would be clear and uncompromising: to identify and punish those who betrayed the sacred bonds of trust that held civilization together. The final phase of his metamorphosis occurred in the deepest part of the trench, where the weight of all the water above created conditions that existed nowhere else in the known world. Here, in this crucible of pressure and possibility, Pyke's essence was refined and purified until only the most essential elements remained. His memory of betrayal, his understanding of justice, and his newly acquired ability to move between the world of the living and the realm of the depths. When the transformation was complete, Pyke found himself possessed of abilities that transcended mortal limitations. He could move through water as easily as he had once walked on land, sense the guilt and innocence of others with supernatural accuracy, and manifest weapons from the very essence of the abyss itself. But perhaps most importantly, he had gained access to knowledge that revealed the true names and locations of all those who had committed betrayals worthy of his attention. The ascent back toward the surface world began not as a desperate struggle for survival, but as a purposeful journey undertaken by a being who no longer feared the crushing depths or the lighter waters above. Pyke had become something that existed between realms, comfortable in neither, but capable of functioning in both, driven by purposes that extended far beyond personal revenge to encompass a broader mission of correcting the imbalances created by treachery and broken trust. As he rose through the layers of water that had witnessed his transformation, Pyke carried with him the accumulated weight of all the betrayals that had ever occurred in these waters, each act of treachery adding to his power and clarifying his purpose. He was no longer simply a wronged man seeking personal vengeance, but had become an agent of forces that predated human civilization and would continue long after the last ship had sunk beneath the waves. The surface world that awaited his return was the same in its physical dimensions, but would prove to be fundamentally different in its relationship to justice and consequence. Those who had committed betrayals in the belief that the depths would keep their secrets safe were about to discover that some violations of trust create ripples that eventually return to claim those who caused them. As we conclude this exploration of Pyke's transformation in the crushing depths, we witness how the abyss serves not just as a place of ending, but as a crucible of beginning, where those who fall victim to the deepest betrayals can be remade into instruments of correction and balance. Perhaps tonight, as you consider the mysterious depths that exist both in our oceans and in our souls, you might reflect on whether some wrongs are so profound that they require answers from realms beyond ordinary human justice. Chapter 5. The Transformation. Between the final breath of mortal life and the first stirring of something beyond death's conventional boundaries, there exists a moment of perfect stillness, where the very fabric of existence reshapes itself according to will and circumstance. Tonight, as we witness the completion of Pyke's metamorphosis from betrayed sailor to supernatural entity, let us explore how death can become not an ending, but a doorway to purposes that transcend the limitations of flesh and the constraints of ordinary mortality. Picture yourself suspended in that liminal space where transformation occurs, where the familiar rules of physical existence bend and flow like water around the immutable core of identity and purpose. Here, in this realm between what was and what must become, Pyke's essence underwent its final refinement, emerging from the crucible of the abyss as something that retained the memories and motivations of the man while possessing capabilities that no mortal form could contain. The first sign of Pyke's completed transformation was the way water responded to his presence, no longer treating him as a foreign substance to be crushed or drowned, but rather as something that belonged in its depths as naturally as the ancient creatures that had never known the touch of sunlight. His movements through the liquid medium became effortless, graceful in ways that spoke of fundamental changes in the relationship between his form and the environment that surrounded him. His body, while maintaining the general appearance of the man he had been, now existed according to different principles entirely. The flesh that had once required air and warmth now drew sustenance from sources that existed in the spaces between the physical and spiritual realms. His bones had become something denser than calcium and marrow, infused with minerals from the deepest trenches that gave them strength beyond anything purely biological could achieve. The eyes that had once relied on light to navigate the world above now functioned according to entirely different principles, perceiving not just the electromagnetic spectrum, but the emotional resonances that clung to living beings like invisible auras. He could see guilt and innocence as clearly as others might distinguish between colors, detecting the subtle vibrations that marked those who had committed betrayals worthy of his attention. His heart, which had ceased its mortal rhythm during the crushing descent into the abyss, now beat according to patterns that echoed the tidal forces and deep currents that moved through the ocean's most remote regions. This new circulation system carried not just blood, but something closer to liquid purpose, distributing the supernatural energies that sustained his transformed existence throughout every part of his being. The weapons that manifested in his hands were not forged in any conventional sense, but rather emerged from the very essence of the depths themselves, shaped by his will, and sustained by the accumulated weight of every betrayal that had ever occurred in the waters around Bilgewater. These blades possessed properties that allowed them to cut through more than mere flesh, severing the connections between traitors and the safety they believed their crimes had purchased. His voice, when he chose to speak, carried undertones that resonated with frequencies that existed below the threshold of normal hearing, creating effects that bypassed rational thought and spoke directly to the parts of consciousness that recognized guilt and feared judgment. Those who heard him speak would find themselves confronting the true weight of their actions, stripped of the comfortable lies and justifications that allowed them to sleep peacefully, despite their crimes. The memories of his mortal life remained perfectly intact, but they were now viewed through the lens of his transformed perspective, allowing him to understand connections and patterns that had been invisible to his human consciousness. He could trace the threads of cause and consequence that linked individual acts of betrayal, to broader patterns of corruption and decay that threatened the foundations of trust upon which civilization depended. His ability to move between the watery depths and the surface world was not simply a matter of physical adaptation, but reflected a fundamental change in his relationship to the concept of boundaries themselves. He existed now in the spaces between realms, comfortable in neither the world of the living nor the traditional realm of the dead, but capable of functioning in both according to the requirements of his mission. The transformation had also granted him access to knowledge that extended far beyond his personal experiences, connecting him to the accumulated wisdom of every soul that had ever suffered betrayal in these waters. He could sense the locations of those who had committed crimes against trust, feel their presence across vast distances, and know with perfect certainty when justice required his intervention. His understanding of anatomy, refined through years of working with blade and bone, had evolved to encompass not just the physical structures of living beings, but the spiritual architectures that sustained their existence. This knowledge allowed him to identify the precise points where his supernatural weapons could sever the connections between body and soul, ensuring that death came not as mere cessation, but as a form of correction that balanced the scales of cosmic justice. The loneliness of his new existence was profound and inescapable, for he could no longer form the bonds of trust and companionship that had defined his mortal life. The very nature of his transformation required a certain isolation, a separation from the warm connections that might compromise his ability to serve as an impartial agent of correction and balance. He was condemned to walk between worlds, trusted by neither the living nor the dead, sustained only by the certainty of his purpose. Yet within this isolation lay a form of freedom that no mortal could ever experience. Freed from the need for food, shelter, or the approval of others, Pyke could devote himself entirely to the pursuit of justice, without the compromises and accommodations that limited the effectiveness of conventional law enforcement. His transformed nature made him incorruptible in ways that went beyond mere moral strength, for he literally could not survive in any state other than perfect dedication to his mission. The passage of time affected him differently now, for his consciousness operated according to rhythms that were more closely aligned with the geological processes that shaped the ocean floor than with the brief cycles that governed mortal existence. He could wait with perfect patience for the right moment to strike, knowing that true justice operated according to timescales that extended far beyond human planning or anticipation. His relationship with pain had been fundamentally altered by the transformation, for the physical sensations that might incapacitate a mortal being now served merely as information about the state of his supernatural form. This change allowed him to endure conditions and injuries that would be instantly fatal to ordinary humans, pursuing his targets through environments and circumstances that would defeat any conventional hunter. The dreams that came to him during his periods of rest were not the random neural activity that characterized mortal sleep, but rather visions that revealed the true scope of betrayal and corruption that existed in the world above. These revelations served both as guidance for his mission and as reminders of the vast work that remained to be accomplished before the balance between trust and treachery could be properly restored. As his transformation reached its completion, Pyke began to understand that his return to the surface world would mark not just his personal quest for vengeance, but the beginning of a broader campaign to restore the codes of honor and loyalty that had been eroded by generations of unpunished betrayal. He had become something that existed to remind the world that some violations of trust carried consequences that extended far beyond the reach of conventional justice. The final element of his metamorphosis was the integration of his new abilities with the core identity that had survived the crushing depths and supernatural transformation. He remained, in all the ways that mattered, the same person who had trusted his crewmates and believed in the sacred nature of brotherhood, but that person now possessed the means to ensure that such trust would be honored, or its violation properly punished. As we witness the completion of Pyke's transformation from mortal man to supernatural entity, we see how death can become not an ending, but a beginning, how the deepest wounds can become sources of strength, and how the violation of trust can create forces that transcend the normal boundaries between justice and vengeance. Perhaps, as you drift towards sleep tonight, you might consider how our greatest trials often reveal capacities within us that we never knew existed, and whether the difference between destruction and transformation lies not in what happens to us, but in how we choose to reshape ourselves in response to life's deepest challenges. Chapter 6. The List. In the depths of supernatural consciousness, where justice takes shape as something more tangible than mere concept, names appear like constellations in the darkness, each one burning with the weight of betrayal committed and trust destroyed. Tonight, as we explore the mysterious knowledge that guides Pyke's mission, let us discover how the universe itself maintains an accounting of treachery, inscribing the names of the guilty in waters that never forget, and depths that never forgive. Imagine yourself standing at the edge of understanding, where mortal comprehension meets forces that operate according to principles older than written law, and witness how true justice manifests not as human judgment, but as cosmic recognition of imbalance that demands correction. Here, in the space between vengeance and righteousness, Pyke's transformed consciousness gained access to knowledge that transcended individual experience and connected him to the eternal struggle between trust and betrayal. The list that burned in Pyke's awareness was not written on any physical substance, but rather existed as a living document inscribed in the very fabric of reality itself, appearing in his mind with the clarity of starlight reflected on still water. Each name glowed with its own particular intensity, the brightness corresponding to the magnitude of betrayal committed, and the urgency with which cosmic balance demanded restoration. The knowledge came to him not as sudden revelation, but as gradual awakening, like the slow recognition of familiar constellations emerging from twilight darkness. He could sense the names appearing in his consciousness, each one accompanied by complete understanding of the crimes that had earned inclusion in this supernatural registry of treachery. The details were as clear as if he had witnessed each betrayal personally, despite the fact that many had occurred far from his presence and long before his transformation. His former crewmates occupied the most prominent positions on this ethereal roster, their names burning with particular intensity as the primary architects of his own destruction. But the list extended far beyond personal grievance, encompassing generations of sailors who had abandoned their companions to death. Or worse, captains who had sacrificed crew members for profit, and merchants who had broken contracts, sealed with blood, and honored by tradition. The supernatural awareness that allowed him to perceive these names operated according to principles that bypassed conventional investigation or evidence gathering. He simply knew, with certainty that transcended doubt, who had committed betrayals worthy of his attention, and where they could be found when the time came for correction. This knowledge arrived complete and unquestionable, like memories of events he had personally witnessed despite their occurrence in distant times and places. Each entry in his consciousness carried not just identification, but complete context, revealing the circumstances that had led to betrayal and the consequences that had followed. He could see the widows left destitute by captains who had claimed their husbands died heroically, while actually abandoning them to save cargo, the children who had grown up believing their fathers were heroes, rather than victims of carefully orchestrated murder. The list was not static but continued to evolve as new betrayals occurred, names appearing with the inevitability of tide and storm, as fresh violations of trust created imbalances that demanded supernatural attention. Pyke discovered that his awareness extended not just to past crimes, but to ongoing treachery, allowing him to sense betrayals as they were being planned or executed anywhere within the vast network of waterways that connected to Bilgewater's maritime community. The organization of this supernatural knowledge followed patterns that reflected the deep structures of justice itself, rather than the arbitrary categories imposed by human legal systems. Names were grouped not by the severity of their crimes in conventional terms, but by the cosmic weight of trust destroyed and the broader damage inflicted upon the foundations of cooperation that allowed maritime communities to function. Some names burned with the cold fire of calculated betrayal, representing individuals who had carefully planned the destruction of their companions for personal gain. Others glowed with the warmer light of crimes of opportunity, indicating people who had succumbed to temptation in moments of weakness, rather than operating from fundamental corruption. The distinction was important, for it influenced both the timing and nature of the correction that justice required. The supernatural registry also revealed connections between seemingly unrelated betrayals, showing how individual acts of treachery created patterns that weakened the entire fabric of trust within maritime society. Pyke could trace the threads that linked one captain's abandonment of his crew to another sailor's willingness to betray his shipmates, seeing how each violation of sacred bonds made subsequent betrayals more likely and more devastating. The knowledge extended beyond simple identification to include detailed understanding of each target's current circumstances, their daily routines, their fears and weaknesses, and the methods by which they had attempted to insulate themselves from the consequences of their crimes. This information updated constantly, reflecting changes in their situations with supernatural precision that made conventional surveillance unnecessary. But perhaps most remarkable was the way the list revealed the hidden suffering caused by each betrayal, showing not just the immediate victims, but the ripple effects that extended through families and communities for generations. Pyke could see how a single act of treachery might destroy not just individual lives, but entire networks of trust that had taken decades to establish, creating cycles of suspicion and isolation that poisoned relationships far removed from the original crime. The supernatural nature of this knowledge meant that it bypassed all forms of concealment or deception that might fool conventional investigation. Names appeared regardless of aliases adopted, distances traveled, or elaborate schemes designed to hide identity and location. The cosmic accounting system that fed information to Pyke's consciousness operated according to spiritual rather than physical principles, tracking souls rather than bodies. The weight of carrying such comprehensive knowledge of betrayal was almost unbearable, for it forced Pyke to confront the true scope of treachery that existed within the world he had once trusted. The list revealed that his own experience, devastating though it had been, represented merely one entry in a vast catalogue of broken promises and destroyed faith that stretched back through generations of maritime history. Yet, this knowledge also provided purpose and direction that gave meaning to his supernatural existence. Each name on the list represented not just a crime to be punished, but an opportunity to restore balance, to demonstrate that betrayal carried consequences that extended beyond the reach of conventional law or social censure. His mission was not simply revenge, but correction, not mere punishment, but restoration of cosmic equilibrium. The process by which names were prioritized for attention followed complex algorithms that considered not just the magnitude of individual crimes, but their broader impact on the integrity of trust within maritime communities. Those whose betrayals had encouraged others to similar treachery received higher priority, as did individuals whose continued existence threatened to normalize the violation of sacred bonds. As Pyke learned to navigate this supernatural awareness, he discovered that the list served not just as a guide for his mission, but as a connection to forces of justice that operated on scales far beyond individual action. He was not simply a lone avenger pursuing personal vendetta, but rather an agent of cosmic correction, working to restore balance in accordance with principles that had governed the universe since the first promise was made and broken. The names that appeared in his consciousness carried with them a sense of inevitability that transcended personal choice or circumstance. They would be held accountable not because Pyke desired their punishment, but because the fundamental structure of reality demanded restoration of the balance their betrayals had disrupted. He had become an instrument of forces larger than himself, guided by knowledge that flowed from sources older than human civilization. The supernatural registry also revealed the broader patterns of corruption that threatened to undermine the foundations of maritime society entirely. Pyke could see how individual betrayals were connected to larger networks of conspiracy and exploitation, how seemingly isolated crimes were actually components of systematic efforts to replace honor with profit and trust with calculation. As we conclude our exploration of the mysterious knowledge that guides Pyke's mission, we witness how justice operates according to principles that transcend human understanding, maintaining its own accounting of trust broken and faith betrayed. The list that burns in his consciousness represents not personal vendetta, but cosmic recognition that some violations of fundamental bonds require correction from realms beyond ordinary law. Perhaps tonight, as you consider the invisible connections that link our actions to consequences we may never see, you might reflect on whether the universe itself maintains some form of accounting for the trust we honor or betray, and what forces might emerge when that cosmic balance requires restoration. Chapter 7. Hunter in the Mist. When darkness falls upon Bilgewater's labyrinthine streets, and the mist rolls in from waters that remember every betrayal ever committed upon their surface, something moves through the shadows with purpose older than justice and deadlier than vengeance. Tonight, as we follow Pyke through his nocturnal hunts among the corrupt and greedy, let us witness how the transformed sailor brings cosmic correction to those who believed their crimes would remain forever hidden in the fog of moral compromise. Picture yourself standing in one of Bilgewater's countless narrow alleyways, where the salt-laden mist creates a world of half-glimpsed shapes and muffled sounds, and every pool of lamplight seems to float like an island in an ocean of uncertainty. Here, in this maze of wooden walkways and creaking bridges that connect building to building above the ever-present water, Pyke moves with the fluid grace of something that belongs as much to the depths as to the surface world. The mist that shrouds Bilgewater each night is no ordinary weather phenomenon, but rather a manifestation of all the secrets and lies that have accumulated in this haven for pirates and criminals. It carries within its vaporous embrace the weight of every broken promise, every betrayed trust, every life sacrificed for gold, creating an atmosphere that seems to pulse with supernatural awareness of guilt and innocence. Through this ethereal landscape, Pyke travels with the patience of the depths themselves, following patterns that appear random to casual observation, but actually reflect the precise movements of a predator who knows exactly where his prey can be found. His supernatural senses allow him to track the emotional resonances that cling to those who have committed betrayals, following trails of guilt and fear that are as visible to him as footprints in sand. His first targets were always drawn from the list that burned brightest in his consciousness, those whose crimes demanded immediate correction before their continued existence could inspire others to similar treachery. These initial hunts served not just as acts of justice, but as announcements of his return, messages written in blood and shadow that would spread through Bilgewater's criminal community, like ripples from a stone dropped in still water. The technique of his hunting reflected the perfect synthesis of his mortal experience and supernatural abilities. Years of tracking sea creatures had taught him to read the subtle signs that revealed the location and behavior of his quarry, while his transformation had granted him capabilities that allowed him to move through urban environments with the same silent efficiency he had once displayed aboard hunting vessels. His weapons manifested from the mist itself, emerging from the same ethereal substance that concealed his movements, shaped by will and sustained by the accumulated weight of every betrayal that had ever occurred in these streets. These blades possessed properties that allowed them to cut through more than flesh, severing the connections between criminals and the safety they believed their wealth and influence had purchased. The first kill occurred on a night when the mist was particularly thick, swirling through the waterfront district like the breath of sleeping giants. His target was a captain who had abandoned 3 crew members to a sea monster after discovering they had learned of his plan to steal their shares of a particularly valuable catch. The man had used his profits to purchase a fine house in one of Bilgewater's more respectable neighborhoods, believing that distance and time had absolved him of consequence. Pyke found him in his private study, counting coins by candlelight, while rain drummed against windows that looked out over the very waters where his victims had died. The supernatural hunter's approach was so silent that the first indication of his presence was the shadow that fell across the desk, followed by a voice that carried undertones of crushing depths and ancient judgment. The confrontation was brief and decisive, for Pyke's purpose was correction rather than torture, justice rather than prolonged suffering. His blade found its mark with surgical precision, ending a life that had continued only through the oversight of cosmic forces that now demanded balance. The captain's final moments were filled not with pain, but with perfect understanding of why his death was necessary and inevitable. The body was discovered the next morning, with a message carved into the desk beside it, a simple notation that identified the specific betrayal that had earned this punishment. The precision of the information and the supernatural nature of the execution sent shockwaves through Bilgewater's criminal community, for it demonstrated that someone or something possessed both the knowledge and ability to hold them accountable for crimes they had believed safely buried in the past. As word of the killing spread through the city's taverns and counting houses, Pyke continued his nocturnal hunts with methodical patience, selecting targets according to the priorities established by his supernatural awareness, rather than personal preference or convenience. Each death served multiple purposes, punishing specific crimes, while sending broader messages about the consequences of violating trust and honor. His hunting grounds extended throughout Bilgewater's complex geography, from the elegant mansions of successful pirates to the squalid tenements where small-time criminals huddled together for protection. The mist that aided his movements seemed to thicken wherever guilt was strongest, creating natural camouflage that allowed him to approach even the most heavily guarded targets with supernatural stealth. The weapons he employed varied according to the nature of each hunt, sometimes manifesting as the familiar blades that echoed his mortal experience with knives and cleavers, other times taking forms that reflected the specific betrayals that had earned his attention. Those who had used poison received doses of their own medicine, while those who had employed fire found themselves consumed by flames that burned with supernatural intensity. But perhaps most unsettling to those who learned of his activities was the precision with which he identified and eliminated only those who deserved punishment according to his mysterious criteria. Innocent bystanders remained untouched even when they stood within arm's reach of his targets, while guards and servants who had merely followed orders rather than initiating betrayals were left unharmed, though they witnessed executions that defied rational explanation. The psychological impact of his campaign extended far beyond the immediate victims, for the criminal community began to realize that wealth and power provided no protection against this supernatural agent of justice. Men who had commanded fleets and controlled territories found themselves unable to sleep, knowing that their past crimes had marked them for attention from something that operated beyond the reach of conventional defenses. Some attempted to flee Bilgewater entirely, seeking refuge in distant ports where they believed the hunter's influence might not extend. But geography provided no escape from justice that operated according to cosmic rather than physical principles, and tales began to reach the city of similar deaths, occurring wherever these fugitives had sought sanctuary, each execution bearing the same supernatural precision and mysterious knowledge of forgotten crimes. Others tried to purchase protection through increased security or alliance with more powerful criminals, but these efforts proved equally futile against an entity that could move through water as easily as air and strike with weapons that manifested from mist and shadow. Guards found themselves unable to perceive his approach until the moment of execution, while allies discovered that association with marked targets only increased their own vulnerability to supernatural attention. The mist-shrouded streets of Bilgewater began to empty at night, as those with guilty consciences sought the illusory safety of locked doors and barred windows. But Pyke's hunting grounds were not limited to public spaces, for his supernatural nature allowed him to appear wherever water touched, emerging from the very pipes and cisterns that brought the ocean's essence into the heart of the city. As his campaign of correction continued, patterns began to emerge that revealed the broader scope of corruption within Bilgewater's maritime community. Each execution illuminated connections between seemingly unrelated crimes, showing how individual acts of betrayal were components of larger networks of exploitation and abuse that had poisoned the foundations of trust upon which civilization depended. The hunter's methods evolved as he gained experience with his supernatural abilities, developing techniques that maximized both the efficiency of his kills and the educational value of his messages. Some targets were left with elaborate displays that detailed their crimes for all to see, while others simply vanished without trace, leaving only the knowledge that their disappearance was connected to their past betrayals. The mist that aided his movements seemed to respond to his presence with increasing cooperation, thickening when concealment was needed, and clearing when his work required witnesses to spread word of consequences delivered. This partnership between hunter and environment created an atmosphere of supernatural dread that permeated every corner of the city, reminding all who dwelt there that some violations of trust carried penalties that extended beyond the reach of mortal law. As we conclude our exploration of Pyke's nocturnal hunts through Bilgewater's fog-shrouded streets, we witness how justice manifests when conventional systems fail to address the deepest violations of trust and honor. His campaign of correction operates according to principles that transcend human law, delivering consequences that serve both as punishment for past crimes and warning against future betrayals. Perhaps tonight, as mist gathers in the spaces between sleep and waking, you might consider whether some forms of justice require agents who operate beyond the limitations of mortal authority, and what forces emerge when the balance between trust and betrayal becomes so disturbed that cosmic correction becomes necessary. Chapter 8. The Bloodharbor's Secrets. In the hidden chambers beneath Bilgewater's visible corruption, where the true architects of betrayal weave their webs of exploitation and deceit, secrets fester like wounds that never heal, poisoning the very foundations upon which maritime civilization stands. Tonight, as we delve into the shadowy underworld that Pyke's supernatural awareness has revealed, let us explore how the city's surface criminality conceals deeper networks of treachery that threaten to transform honor itself into nothing more than a commodity to be bought and sold. Picture yourself descending through layers of deception that have accumulated like sediment over generations of moral compromise, where each level reveals new depths of systematic betrayal that make individual acts of treachery seem almost innocent by comparison. Here, in these hidden spaces that exist between official records and whispered rumors, Pyke's transformed consciousness has uncovered the true scope of corruption that turns Brotherhood into business and loyalty into liability. The Bloodharbor's most carefully guarded secret was not any single crime or conspiracy, but rather the existence of an entire parallel economy built upon the systematic betrayal of trust between sailors and their crews. What appeared to be random acts of treachery were actually components of a vast network that harvested betrayal as deliberately as farmers might cultivate crops, turning the violation of sacred bonds into a source of steady profit. At the heart of this hidden system were the broker houses, mysterious institutions that operated behind facades of legitimate maritime insurance and shipping coordination. These establishments maintained detailed records of every crew member who sailed from Bilgewater's ports, cataloging their skills, relationships, and vulnerabilities with scientific precision that would have impressed the most dedicated scholars. The brokers specialized in identifying sailors whose deaths or disappearance would prove profitable to specific parties, then arranging circumstances that would make such outcomes appear natural or accidental. They maintained networks of corrupted captains who could be relied upon to orchestrate betrayals in exchange for predetermined payments, creating a marketplace where human lives were traded like any other commodity. Pyke's supernatural awareness revealed the intricate mechanisms by which these operations functioned, showing him ledgers that existed only in the memories of those who participated in their creation, accounts that recorded not monetary transactions, but the precise emotional and spiritual costs of each orchestrated betrayal. The true currency of this hidden economy was measured not in gold, but in the destruction of faith and the poisoning of trust. The selection criteria used by the broker houses reflected a sophisticated understanding of human psychology and social dynamics. They preferred targets whose deaths would create maximum disruption within crew hierarchies, while providing clear financial benefits to surviving members, ensuring that each betrayal would weaken the bonds of loyalty among those who remained while demonstrating the practical advantages of abandoning inconvenient companions. The most profitable arrangements involved sailors who possessed specialized knowledge or skills that made them valuable crew members, but also potential threats to captains engaged in illegal activities. These individuals were often eliminated not for what they had done, but for what they might discover or reveal if allowed to continue their maritime careers, making their deaths appear to be preventive measures rather than punitive actions. The broker houses also maintained extensive networks of informants within every major crew, paying sailors to report on the activities and attitudes of their shipmates. This intelligence-gathering operation allowed them to identify potential whistleblowers before they could expose ongoing crimes, while also providing advance warning of crew members who might be planning betrayals of their own. The psychological manipulation employed by these organizations was extraordinarily sophisticated, exploiting the natural tensions and rivalries that existed within close-knit crews to create conditions where betrayal seemed not just acceptable, but necessary for survival. They would plant evidence of disloyalty, spread rumors about crew members' intentions, and create artificial scarcities that forced difficult choices between individual survival and group loyalty. Perhaps most insidiously, the broker houses had developed methods for corrupting the very concept of honor itself, gradually redefining loyalty and trust as naive concepts that endangered practical sailors in a competitive and dangerous profession. They promoted a philosophy that portrayed betrayal as simply another tool for maritime survival, no different from navigation equipment or weather knowledge. The reach of this corruption extended far beyond Bilgewater's immediate vicinity, connecting to similar operations in ports throughout the known world. What appeared to be local problems with crew reliability were actually manifestations of a global network that systematically undermined the foundations of maritime cooperation, replacing traditional bonds of brotherhood with calculated relationships based purely on mutual benefit. Pyke's investigations revealed that many of the most respected maritime institutions had been infiltrated or entirely corrupted by these hidden networks. Guilds that supposedly protected sailors' rights actually served as recruitment centers for potential betrayers, while insurance companies that claimed to provide security for maritime ventures actually profited from the very disasters they were supposed to prevent. The financial mechanisms supporting these operations were as complex as they were profitable. The broker houses had developed sophisticated methods for converting the emotional and spiritual damage caused by betrayal into tangible assets that could be traded, invested, and accumulated. They had literally created a market in human suffering, turning the destruction of trust into a renewable resource. The participants in these networks were protected by layers of secrecy and misdirection that made conventional investigation almost impossible. Evidence of their activities existed primarily in forms that could not be presented in traditional courts, recorded in the guilt-laden memories of participants and the spiritual scars left on survivors of orchestrated betrayals. The broker houses had also developed methods for recruiting new participants by exploiting existing vulnerabilities and gradually acclimating potential betrayers to increasingly serious violations of trust. They would begin with minor infractions that seemed almost harmless, then progressively escalate their demands until participants found themselves trapped in networks of complicity that made escape practically impossible. The selection of victims followed patterns that reflected deep understanding of social dynamics within maritime communities. The broker houses preferred targets whose elimination would create power vacuums that could be filled by their own agents, allowing them to gradually replace independent crews with networks of controlled operatives who could be relied upon to prioritize profit over principle. The most profitable operations involved long-term manipulation of entire crews, gradually corrupting the relationships between members until betrayal became not just acceptable but inevitable. These psychological campaigns could span years or even decades, slowly poisoning the bonds of loyalty until the resulting betrayals appeared to be natural consequences of personal conflicts rather than orchestrated destructions of trust. The broker houses maintained detailed profiles of potential victims that included not just their skills and financial value, but comprehensive analyses of their psychological vulnerabilities and social connections. This information allowed them to craft betrayal scenarios that would maximize both immediate profit and long-term psychological damage to maritime communities. The corruption had become so pervasive that many sailors had begun to accept betrayal as an inevitable aspect of maritime life, unconsciously adjusting their behavior and expectations to accommodate the possibility that their trusted companions might eventually abandon or eliminate them for profit. This normalization of treachery represented perhaps the greatest victory of the hidden networks. Pyke's supernatural awareness allowed him to perceive the full scope of this corruption in ways that would have been impossible for any mortal investigator. He could see the threads of influence that connected seemingly unrelated betrayals, trace the flow of spiritual poison that contaminated entire communities, and identify the key figures whose elimination might begin to restore the balance between trust and treachery. The revelation of these hidden networks explained much about the systematic nature of the betrayals that had shaped his own transformation. His crew's abandonment had not been a spontaneous decision driven by greed and cowardice, but rather a carefully orchestrated event designed to eliminate someone whose skills and integrity made him a threat to ongoing criminal operations. As we conclude our exploration of the Bloodharbor's deepest secrets, we witness how corruption can become systematic and institutionalized, transforming individual acts of betrayal into components of vast networks that threaten the very foundations of trust upon which civilization depends. The hidden economy that Pyke has uncovered represents a form of evil that operates not through dramatic gestures, but through the patient erosion of everything that makes cooperation and loyalty possible. Perhaps tonight, as you consider the hidden structures that shape our daily interactions, you might reflect on how the corruption of trust occurs not through sudden dramatic betrayals, but through gradual processes that normalize treachery until it becomes indistinguishable from ordinary business practice. Chapter 9. All Eyes in Darkness. In the shadows between absolute justice and necessary compromise, where the line between hero and villain blurs like mist upon dark waters, unlikely alliances form between those who understand that sometimes the greatest good requires cooperation with forces that conventional morality would condemn. Tonight, as we explore Pyke's complex relationships with the other powers that shape Bilgewater's destiny, let us discover how supernatural purpose intersects with mortal ambition in ways that challenge our understanding of righteousness and redemption. Picture yourself standing at the crossroads where cosmic justice meets earthly pragmatism, where a supernatural entity dedicated to punishing betrayal must navigate relationships with individuals whose own moral codes exist in shades of gray that would confuse less experienced observers. Here, in this realm of necessary evils and competing loyalties, Pyke learned that even his transformed nature could not exist in complete isolation from the complex web of alliances that governed Bilgewater's brutal political landscape. The first of these unlikely associations developed through necessity rather than choice, when Pyke's systematic elimination of corrupt captains began to intersect with the territorial ambitions of Sarah Fortune, the woman who had claimed the title of captain and sought to reshape Bilgewater according to her own vision of ordered chaos. Their initial encounter occurred on a night when both found themselves pursuing the same target, though for vastly different reasons. Miss Fortune's interest in the corrupt captain stemmed from his role in smuggling operations that threatened her control over certain profitable trade routes, while Pyke's attention had been drawn by the man's systematic betrayal of crew members who had discovered his illegal activities. The convergence of their purposes created a moment of mutual recognition between two beings who operated outside conventional moral frameworks, while pursuing goals that transcended mere personal gain. The negotiation that followed their first meeting revealed the complex dynamics that would characterize their ongoing relationship. Miss Fortune possessed the practical knowledge and organizational resources necessary to identify and locate many of the individuals whose names burned in Pyke's supernatural awareness, while his abilities offered her a way to eliminate threats and rivals without directly implicating herself in their deaths. Their collaboration was never formal or explicitly acknowledged, but rather took the form of carefully orchestrated coincidences and subtle exchanges of information that allowed each to pursue their objectives while benefiting from the other's unique capabilities. Miss Fortune would ensure that certain individuals found themselves in vulnerable positions at predictable times, while Pyke's interventions would remove obstacles to her plans while satisfying the demands of cosmic justice. The relationship was complicated by the fundamental differences in their motivations and methods. Misfortune operated according to pragmatic considerations that prioritized effective results over moral purity, while Pyke's actions were guided by supernatural imperatives that brooked no compromise with expedience or political necessity. Yet both understood that their goals were sufficiently aligned to make cooperation beneficial despite their philosophical differences. The second major alliance that shaped Pyke's experience in the transformed Bilgewater emerged through his encounters with Malcolm Graves, the outlaw whose own experience with betrayal had left him with a deep understanding of the emotional forces that drove the supernatural hunter's mission. Their connection was forged not through mutual interest, but through shared recognition of the wounds that betrayal inflicts upon those who trusted too completely. Graves had spent years pursuing his own form of justice against Tobias Felix, the con man whose betrayal had cost him years of freedom and nearly destroyed his faith in human relationships. This personal experience with the devastating effects of broken trust created a foundation for understanding between the mortal outlaw and the supernatural entity. Even though their methods and capabilities differed dramatically, their interactions were characterized by a form of professional respect that transcended their vastly different natures. Graves recognized in Pyke's relentless pursuit of betrayers a purified version of his own quest for justice, while Pyke saw in the outlaw's dedication to his mission an echo of the loyalty and determination that had characterized his own mortal existence before his transformation. The practical aspects of their relationship involved occasional exchanges of information and resources, with Graves providing intelligence about criminal networks that might contain individuals worthy of Pyke's attention, while the supernatural hunter's activities created opportunities that the outlaw could exploit in pursuit of his own objectives. Their cooperation was episodic and informal, based on mutual benefit rather than emotional attachment. Perhaps the most complex and problematic of Pyke's relationships was his connection to Gangplank, the former pirate king whose own fall and resurrection had created parallels with the supernatural hunter's transformation from mortal to something beyond death. Their interactions were characterized by a tension that reflected both their shared understanding of loss and betrayal, and their fundamentally incompatible approaches to justice and power. Gangplank's return to Bilgewater had been marked by a campaign of brutal efficiency that eliminated many of the same corrupt elements that drew Pyke's attention. Though the former pirate king's motivations were driven by personal vengeance and political ambition, rather than cosmic justice, this overlap in targets created situations where their activities either complemented or competed with each other in ways that required careful navigation. The relationship between them was further complicated by Gangplank's role in the systematic corruption that had characterized his previous reign over Bilgewater. While his recent actions suggested a form of redemption or at least evolution in his moral perspective, his history included many of the same violations of trust and honor that Pyke's supernatural nature compelled him to punish. This created a paradox where potential ally and legitimate target existed within the same individual. Their encounters were marked by a form of mutual wariness that reflected both respect for each other's capabilities and uncertainty about ultimate intentions. Gangplank understood that his past actions had earned him a place on Pyke's supernatural list, while Pyke recognized that the former pirate king's current activities often served the same ends as his own mission of correction and balance. The resolution of this tension came through a form of implicit understanding rather than explicit agreement. Gangplank's transformation from purely self-interested pirate to something approaching a force for stability in Bilgewater created a situation where his continued existence served the broader purposes of justice, even if his methods remained morally questionable by conventional standards. The fourth significant relationship in Pyke's transformed existence developed through his interactions with Nautilus, the Titan of the Depths, whose own supernatural transformation had created a being with purposes that intersected with but differed from Pyke's mission. Both had emerged from the crushing depths with abilities that transcended mortal limitations, yet their focuses remained distinct in ways that prevented direct competition, while allowing for occasional cooperation. Nautilus's dedication to protecting those who ventured upon the dangerous waters around Bilgewater complemented Pyke's focus on punishing those who violated trust and honor within maritime communities. Their relationship was characterized by mutual recognition of shared origins and parallel purposes, though their methods and specific objectives remained independent of each other. The interactions between these supernatural entities were marked by a form of professional courtesy that reflected their common understanding of transformation and purpose. They operated in different spheres of influence and pursued different aspects of maritime justice, but their activities occasionally intersected in ways that required coordination to prevent conflicts or redundant efforts. The final major relationship that shaped Pyke's experience involved his encounters with Ilawi, the Kraken priestess, whose connection to Nagakaboros created a perspective on justice and spiritual balance that both challenged and informed his own understanding of his mission. Their philosophical exchanges provided insights into the cosmic forces that had enabled his transformation while raising questions about the ultimate purposes served by his campaign of correction. Ilawi's test-based approach to spiritual evaluation created opportunities for Pyke to examine his own motivations and methods in ways that his supernatural nature might otherwise have prevented. Her ability to perceive the true spiritual condition of individuals provided external validation for his own supernatural awareness, while offering alternative perspectives on the nature of justice and redemption. These relationships collectively demonstrated that even supernatural purpose must exist within networks of alliance and opposition that shape the practical execution of cosmic justice. Pyke's transformation had granted him abilities that transcended mortal limitations, but his mission still required navigation of the complex political and social dynamics that governed Bilgewater's criminal ecosystem. The alliances he formed were characterized by their pragmatic rather than emotional foundations, based on shared objectives rather than personal affection or loyalty. This reflected both the isolation imposed by his supernatural nature and the focused dedication required by his mission of correction and balance. As we conclude our exploration of the unlikely alliances that shaped Pyke's transformed existence, we witness how even the most focused purposes must accommodate the complex realities of operating within systems that include both allies and enemies, often embodied within the same individuals depending on circumstances and perspective. Perhaps tonight, as you consider the relationships that define your own journey through life's moral complexities, you might reflect on how justice sometimes requires cooperation with forces we might otherwise oppose, and whether the pursuit of ultimate good can justify alliances with those whose methods we cannot entirely endorse. Chapter 10. The Deep's Calling. Beyond the reach of sunlight and the understanding of surface dwellers, where pressure becomes a form of consciousness and darkness takes on qualities of living thought, ancient powers stir in trenches that predate the first stirrings of terrestrial life. Tonight, as we explore the mysterious forces that transformed Pyke and continue to guide his supernatural mission, let us descend into realms where the ocean itself possesses intelligence older than continents and purposes that transcend mortal comprehension of justice and balance. Picture yourself standing at the edge of understanding, where the familiar boundaries between matter and spirit dissolve into something far more fluid and interconnected, and witness how the deepest waters of Runeterra contain not just creatures of immense size, but entities whose very existence challenges conventional concepts of life and consciousness. Here, in these abyssal depths that exist as much in spiritual dimensions as physical space, Pyke discovered the true source of his transformation and the cosmic framework within which his mission operates. The calling that drew Pyke into his supernatural existence originated not from any single entity or conscious decision, but rather from the collective consciousness of the deep ocean itself, a vast intelligence that had been accumulating awareness and purpose since the first waters covered the planet's surface. This primordial mind possessed memories that stretched back through geological ages, recording every act of betrayal and violation of trust that had ever occurred upon or beneath the waves. The ocean's consciousness was not benevolent or malevolent in any human sense, but rather represented a form of cosmic justice that operated according to principles of balance and correction that transcended individual moral frameworks. It recognized patterns of behavior that threatened the fundamental structures of cooperation and trust upon which all complex life depended, responding to these threats with interventions that restored equilibrium through methods that might appear supernatural to limited mortal perception. Pyke's transformation had been facilitated by this oceanic intelligence, which recognized in his circumstances a perfect opportunity to create an agent capable of operating in both aquatic and terrestrial environments, while pursuing objectives that served the broader purposes of cosmic balance. His drowning had not been mere death, but rather a form of recruitment, an invitation to participate in work that extended far beyond personal vengeance to encompass the maintenance of universal principles. The connection between Pyke and this ancient consciousness was not based on worship or subservience, but rather on alignment of purpose and recognition of mutual benefit. The oceanic intelligence gained an agent capable of pursuing its objectives in the surface world, while Pyke received the knowledge and abilities necessary to achieve justice that transcended the limitations of mortal law and social convention. The communications between Pyke and this cosmic entity occurred not through words or conventional thoughts, but through direct transfer of understanding that bypassed the normal mechanisms of language and reasoning. He would receive insights and guidance in the form of perfect knowledge that appeared in his consciousness as naturally as memories of his own experiences, creating certainty about proper courses of action without the need for debate or deliberation. These communications revealed that the corruption of trust and honor that characterized Bilgewater's maritime community was part of a larger pattern that threatened the stability of relationships throughout the mortal world. The systematic betrayal of sacred bonds was not merely a local problem, but rather a symptom of spiritual decay that could ultimately undermine the foundations of civilization itself, if allowed to continue unchecked. The oceanic consciousness possessed awareness that extended far beyond the waters immediately surrounding Bilgewater, encompassing vast networks of interconnected seas and waterways that carried information and influence across continental distances. Through this global awareness, Pyke gained access to knowledge about betrayals and violations of trust occurring in distant lands, expanding his potential area of operation far beyond his immediate origins. The ancient intelligence also revealed the existence of other agents working to restore balance in different regions and circumstances, beings who had been transformed or empowered to address various forms of cosmic imbalance according to their unique capabilities and circumstances. Pyke's mission was not solitary, but rather part of a larger campaign to maintain the fundamental principles that allowed complex life and civilization to exist. The relationship between Pyke and the oceanic consciousness was characterized by a form of symbiosis that benefited both participants while serving broader cosmic purposes. His activities in the surface world provided the ancient intelligence with direct influence over terrestrial affairs, while his supernatural abilities were sustained and enhanced by continuous connection to the vast power contained within the planet's waters. The guidance he received from this cosmic entity was not prescriptive in the sense of providing detailed instructions, but rather took the form of enhanced understanding that allowed him to perceive the deeper significance of events and relationships that might escape ordinary observation. He could sense the broader implications of individual betrayals, understand how specific acts of treachery connected to larger patterns of corruption, and recognize opportunities for intervention that would produce maximum positive impact. The oceanic intelligence also provided Pyke with access to memories and experiences that extended far beyond his own mortal existence, allowing him to understand the historical context of current problems and learn from the successes and failures of previous attempts to restore balance. This expanded perspective prevented him from repeating mistakes, while providing insights into effective methods for addressing different forms of corruption. The power that flowed through this connection was not unlimited, but rather operated according to principles that maintained cosmic balance rather than serving individual desires. Pyke's abilities were enhanced when his actions aligned with the broader purposes of universal justice, but would be constrained or withdrawn if he attempted to use them for purely personal objectives that violated the fundamental principles of his mission. The ancient consciousness possessed understanding of temporal relationships that transcended linear causality, allowing it to perceive how current events connected to past actions and future consequences in ways that created opportunities for intervention at precisely the right moments. This temporal awareness enabled Pyke to arrive at crucial locations and times with supernatural precision, creating the appearance of coincidence while actually reflecting cosmic orchestration. The oceanic intelligence also revealed the existence of opposing forces that sought to corrupt the principles of trust and honor for their own purposes, entities that fed upon betrayal and suffering in ways that created self-perpetuating cycles of treachery and despair. These malevolent influences operated through networks of corrupted individuals who served as willing or unwitting agents of spiritual decay, making Pyke's mission not just corrective, but actively defensive against forces that threatened the foundations of existence itself. The connection to this cosmic consciousness provided Pyke with understanding of the true stakes involved in his mission, revealing how individual acts of betrayal contributed to larger patterns that could ultimately destabilize the entire structure of reality if allowed to reach critical thresholds. His work was not simply about punishing wrongdoers, but about maintaining the essential balance between order and chaos that allowed life itself to continue. The ancient intelligence existed in forms that transcended conventional concepts of individual identity, manifesting as vast networks of awareness that spanned oceanic basins and connected to similar consciousnesses in other bodies of water throughout the world. This distributed existence allowed it to coordinate activities across global scales while maintaining intimate awareness of local conditions and opportunities. The relationship between Pyke and this cosmic entity evolved over time as his understanding of his role deepened and his abilities became more refined through experience. What began as simple guidance and empowerment gradually developed into a form of partnership that allowed for more sophisticated coordination between supernatural intervention and natural processes of justice and correction. The oceanic consciousness also provided protection for Pyke's mission by creating circumstances that concealed his supernatural nature from those who might attempt to interfere with his work. The mist that aided his hunting activities, the tides that facilitated his movements, and the storms that provided cover for his operations were all manifestations of this ancient intelligence working to support his efforts. As we conclude our exploration of the mysterious forces that empower and guide Pyke's supernatural mission, we witness how individual transformation can connect to cosmic purposes that extend far beyond personal experience or understanding. The Deep's calling represents not just empowerment, but invitation to participate in work that serves the fundamental principles upon which all existence depends. Perhaps tonight, as you consider the vast forces that shape our world from beyond the reach of ordinary perception, you might reflect on whether we all carry within us the potential to serve purposes larger than ourselves, and what callings might be waiting in the depths of our own consciousness for the right moment of recognition and response. Chapter 11. Justice and Vengeance. In the twilight realm where righteous purpose meets personal pain, where the desire for cosmic balance intersects with the hunger for retribution, the line between justice and vengeance blurs like morning mist over troubled waters. Tonight, as we examine the philosophical foundations that guide Pyke's supernatural mission, let us explore how transformation can elevate personal grievance into something approaching divine purpose, and question whether the universe itself distinguishes between correction and revenge when fundamental principles have been violated. Picture yourself standing at the crossroads where mortal understanding of right and wrong encounters forces that operate according to principles older than human law, and witness how concepts that seem clear in the light of conventional morality become complex and ambiguous when viewed through the lens of cosmic justice. Here, in this space between earthly ethics and supernatural imperative, Pyke's mission reveals the inadequacy of simple categories to encompass the full spectrum of moral action. The distinction between justice and vengeance has occupied philosophers and theologians throughout human history, yet Pyke's transformed existence demonstrates how these concepts become intertwined when conventional systems fail to address the deepest violations of trust and honor. His supernatural nature allows him to pursue objectives that transcend the limitations of mortal law, while raising questions about the legitimacy of taking cosmic correction into individual hands. Traditional justice operates through established institutions and procedures designed to ensure fairness and prevent the personal bias that might corrupt individual judgment. It seeks to maintain social order through predictable consequences that deter future violations, while providing measured responses proportional to the crimes committed. This systematic approach prioritizes stability and consistency over perfect accuracy or complete satisfaction of those who have been wronged. Vengeance, by contrast, emerges from personal pain and the desire to inflict suffering upon those who have caused harm, often without regard for broader social consequences or proportional response. It seeks emotional satisfaction rather than systemic correction, pursuing outcomes that provide psychological relief to the injured party rather than optimal results for society as a whole. This individualistic approach prioritizes personal healing over collective welfare. Pyke's mission exists in the space between these conventional categories, combining elements of both while transcending the limitations of either. His actions are driven by personal experience of betrayal, yet they serve cosmic purposes that extend far beyond individual satisfaction. He pursues outcomes that provide emotional resolution, while simultaneously addressing systemic problems that threaten the foundations of trust upon which civilization depends. The supernatural knowledge that guides his choices operates according to principles that encompass both the emotional reality of injury and the logical requirements of cosmic balance. He can sense not just the factual details of betrayals, but their emotional and spiritual significance, understanding how individual acts of treachery connect to larger patterns of corruption that threaten the fundamental structures of cooperation and loyalty. This expanded awareness allows Pyke to pursue justice that is both deeply personal and cosmically significant, addressing individual wrongs while serving broader purposes of correction and prevention. His transformation has elevated his quest beyond mere revenge by connecting it to universal principles that validate his mission, while constraining his methods according to cosmic rather than purely personal criteria. The precision with which he identifies and eliminates targets reflects this synthesis of personal and cosmic justice, for his supernatural abilities allow him to distinguish between those who deserve punishment and those who are merely victims of circumstances beyond their control. This discriminating approach serves both his emotional need for resolution and the cosmic requirement for accurate correction of genuine imbalances. The methods he employs in pursuing his targets also reflect this balance between personal satisfaction and cosmic necessity. His executions are swift and precise rather than prolonged and torturous, providing the definitive resolution required by justice while avoiding the excessive cruelty that would characterize pure vengeance. He seeks correction rather than suffering, elimination rather than torment. Yet the emotional satisfaction he derives from his mission cannot be entirely separated from its cosmic significance, for his personal pain serves as the driving force that gives meaning and urgency to his supernatural purpose. Without the deep wound of betrayal that shaped his transformation, he would lack the passionate dedication necessary to pursue justice with the relentless efficiency that cosmic balance requires. This integration of personal and universal motivation creates a form of justice that is both more effective and more dangerous than conventional approaches. Pyke's supernatural abilities allow him to achieve results that would be impossible through ordinary legal processes, yet his personal investment in the outcomes ensures that his mission will continue with unwavering dedication regardless of obstacles or opposition. The cosmic framework within which his mission operates provides validation for actions that might appear to be simple revenge when viewed from limited mortal perspectives. The oceanic consciousness that empowers his transformation recognizes the legitimacy of his quest while ensuring that his methods serve broader purposes of correction and prevention rather than mere personal satisfaction. The relationship between his personal desires and cosmic objectives creates a form of justice that is simultaneously individual and universal, addressing specific wrongs while serving general principles of balance and order. This synthesis allows him to pursue personal resolution, while contributing to the maintenance of fundamental structures that support all complex life and civilization. The philosophical implications of Pyke's mission extend beyond questions of justice and vengeance to encompass broader issues of moral authority and the legitimacy of supernatural intervention in human affairs. His transformation has granted him capabilities that transcend mortal limitations, while raising questions about whether such power should be wielded by any individual, regardless of their cosmic connections. The precision of his supernatural knowledge provides answers to these concerns by demonstrating that his mission operates according to principles that exist independently of his personal desires or biases. The cosmic intelligence that guides his actions ensures that his interventions serve genuine needs for correction rather than arbitrary expressions of individual will or preference. The outcomes of his campaign demonstrate the effectiveness of this approach to justice, for his systematic elimination of betrayers has begun to restore the balance between trust and treachery within Bilgewater's maritime community. The fear he inspires among potential wrongdoers serves as a powerful deterrent that prevents future violations, while the precision of his targeting ensures that innocent individuals remain safe from supernatural intervention. The psychological impact of his mission extends beyond immediate fear to encompass deeper changes in the way people understand their obligations to each other and the consequences of violating sacred bonds. His supernatural presence serves as a constant reminder that some actions carry penalties that extend beyond the reach of conventional law or social censure. The moral complexity of his situation reflects the inadequacy of simple ethical frameworks to address the full spectrum of human behavior and cosmic necessity. Traditional concepts of right and wrong, while useful for ordinary circumstances, prove insufficient when confronting violations of fundamental principles that threaten the stability of existence itself. Pyke's transformed existence demonstrates how personal pain can become a vehicle for cosmic purpose when connected to forces that operate according to principles of universal justice. His mission shows that the distinction between vengeance and justice may be less important than the question of whether actions serve genuine needs for correction and balance. The supernatural framework within which he operates provides validation for his mission, while ensuring that his personal desires align with cosmic necessities rather than arbitrary individual preferences. This integration of personal and universal motivation creates a form of justice that transcends conventional categories while addressing genuine needs for correction and prevention. As we contemplate the philosophical dimensions of Pyke's mission, we witness how transformation can elevate personal grievance into cosmic purpose, while revealing the limitations of conventional moral frameworks to address the full complexity of justice and correction. His existence challenges us to reconsider our understanding of right and wrong, in light of forces that operate according to principles beyond ordinary human comprehension. Perhaps tonight, as you consider the nature of justice in your own life and relationships, you might reflect on whether some wrongs require responses that transcend conventional categories of right and wrong, and whether the universe itself maintains standards of correction that operate independently of human legal and moral systems. Chapter 12. The Eternal Hunt. In the endless rhythm of tides that know no beginning or end, where purpose becomes as constant as the movement of celestial bodies and dedication transcends the boundaries of mortal time, some missions extend beyond individual lifespans to become eternal principles woven into the very fabric of existence. Tonight, as we conclude our journey through Pyke's transformation from betrayed sailor to supernatural agent of cosmic justice, let us explore how his story illuminates the profound connections between personal redemption, universal purpose, and the price that betrayal exacts, not just from its immediate victims, but from the very foundations of trust that hold civilization together. Picture yourself standing at the shore, where finite meets infinite, where the cycle of individual stories connects to patterns that span centuries and millennia, and witness how one man's transformation into something beyond mortality reflects truths about redemption and purpose that extend far beyond his particular circumstances. Here, in this space where personal narrative intersects with cosmic significance, Pyke's eternal hunt reveals insights into the nature of justice, forgiveness, and the possibility of finding meaning even in the deepest suffering. The hunt that began with his transformation in the crushing depths has evolved beyond simple pursuit of individual wrongdoers to encompass a broader mission of maintaining the balance between trust and betrayal that allows complex societies to function. Each target eliminated serves not just as punishment for past crimes, but as education for potential future perpetrators, demonstrating that violations of sacred bonds carry consequences that extend far beyond conventional law or social censure. Pyke's existence has become a living reminder that some principles transcend the boundaries of life and death, that certain violations of fundamental trust create imbalances so profound that they require correction from realms beyond ordinary human experience. His supernatural nature allows him to serve as an eternal guardian of the codes of honor and loyalty that protect the vulnerable from those who would exploit their faith for personal gain. The evolution of his mission from personal vengeance to cosmic correction reflects a form of redemption that operates according to principles different from conventional understanding of forgiveness and healing. Rather than finding peace through letting go of past injuries, Pyke has discovered purpose through transforming his pain into a force for universal justice that prevents others from suffering similar betrayals. This transformation reveals how redemption can take forms that challenge traditional expectations while serving genuine needs for healing and restoration. Pyke's supernatural existence provides resolution not through forgetting his wounds, but through ensuring that they serve meaningful purposes that extend far beyond his individual experience, creating value from suffering while preventing its repetition. The eternal nature of his hunt reflects the recognition that maintaining trust and honor requires constant vigilance against forces that would corrupt these fundamental principles for short-term gain. The cosmic intelligence that empowers his mission understands that betrayal is not an aberration, but a constant temptation that must be balanced by equally constant consequences for those who succumb to its allure. His presence in Bilgewater has already begun to reshape the culture of the maritime community, creating an environment where potential betrayers must consider supernatural consequences alongside conventional risks when contemplating violations of trust. This psychological transformation represents perhaps the most significant aspect of his mission, for it addresses the root causes of betrayal rather than merely punishing its symptoms. The network of relationships he has developed with other supernatural and mortal entities demonstrates how individual missions of correction can connect to broader patterns of balance and restoration that operate throughout the world. His work complements rather than competes with other agents of cosmic justice, creating a comprehensive system of checks and balances that maintains the fundamental principles necessary for civilization to flourish. The price of his transformation extends beyond his own isolation and eternal dedication to encompass the broader cost of allowing betrayal to flourish unchecked. The corruption that his mission addresses represents a form of spiritual pollution that damages not just immediate victims, but entire communities, creating cycles of suspicion and fear that can persist for generations if not properly corrected. Pyke's supernatural awareness of these broader costs provides context for understanding why his mission requires such extreme dedication and ruthless efficiency. The individuals he eliminates are not merely criminals deserving punishment, but active threats to the foundations of trust and cooperation that allow complex societies to exist, making their removal a matter of cosmic necessity rather than simple revenge. The eternal aspect of his hunt reflects the recognition that maintaining cosmic balance requires ongoing effort rather than one-time corrections. Each generation produces new potential betrayers who must be educated about the consequences of violating sacred bonds, while changing circumstances create new opportunities for corruption that require adaptive responses from agents of justice. His story also reveals how individual suffering can be transformed into universal benefit when connected to forces that operate according to principles of cosmic correction and balance. The pain of his betrayal became the foundation for abilities that allow him to protect countless others from similar experiences, creating positive value from negative experience through supernatural transformation. The relationship between his personal history and cosmic mission demonstrates how individual experiences can serve as gateways to understanding and serving universal principles that extend far beyond personal circumstances. His transformation from betrayed mortal to supernatural guardian shows how the deepest wounds can become sources of strength when aligned with forces that transcend ordinary limitations. The eternal hunt also represents a form of service that transcends conventional understanding of sacrifice and dedication. Pyke's supernatural existence requires him to abandon the normal comforts and connections of mortal life in service of purposes that benefit others rather than himself, demonstrating forms of heroism that operate through isolation rather than community recognition. The impact of his mission extends beyond immediate correction of specific betrayals to encompass broader education about the true costs of violating trust and honor. His supernatural interventions serve as dramatic demonstrations that create lasting impressions on all who witness or learn about them, establishing new standards for behavior that reflect cosmic rather than merely human expectations. The cyclical nature of his work reflects the eternal struggle between forces that build trust and those that destroy it, showing how maintaining civilization requires constant vigilance and occasional dramatic intervention from realms beyond ordinary human capability. His mission is not temporary but eternal, reflecting the ongoing nature of the challenges it addresses. The wisdom gained through his supernatural existence provides insights into the true nature of trust and betrayal that extend far beyond conventional understanding of these concepts. His expanded awareness reveals how individual actions connect to larger patterns that shape the moral landscape of entire civilizations, making each choice about honor and loyalty significant beyond its immediate circumstances. The legacy of his transformation extends beyond his immediate activities to encompass the broader message that some principles are worth defending with supernatural dedication, that trust and honor possess value that transcends individual convenience or profit. His existence serves as proof that the universe itself recognizes and responds to violations of fundamental bonds. The eternal hunt represents not just ongoing punishment of wrongdoers, but continuous protection of the innocent who depend upon the reliability of sacred bonds for their survival and prosperity. Pyke's supernatural vigil ensures that those who place their trust in others can do so with confidence that betrayal will not go unanswered or unpunished. As his story continues through endless cycles of hunt and correction, it reveals how individual transformation can serve universal purposes while providing meaning and purpose that transcend the limitations of mortal existence. His eternal mission demonstrates that some callings extend beyond death itself, connecting individual purpose to cosmic necessity in ways that create lasting value from temporary suffering. The ongoing nature of his hunt ensures that future generations will inherit a world where trust and honor are protected by forces that operate beyond the reach of conventional corruption, creating foundations for cooperation and loyalty that can support increasingly complex forms of civilization and human achievement. As we conclude our exploration of Pyke's transformation from betrayed sailor to eternal guardian of cosmic justice, we witness how individual suffering can become universal protection, how personal pain can transform into cosmic purpose, and how the deepest wounds can become sources of strength that serve forces greater than individual experience. Perhaps tonight, as you drift toward peaceful rest protected by the knowledge that some principles transcend the boundaries of mortal existence, you might reflect on how your own experiences of pain and betrayal might contain the seeds of purposes larger than personal healing, and whether the universe itself calls us all to transform our deepest wounds into sources of protection and justice for those who will follow in our wake.